Hi everyone, and welcome to our second day of our live broadcast from the Masai Mara National Reserve. Really beautiful spectacle. And we are not just live from here. What makes this broadcast so special is that we're also live from different other locations across Kenya. We're bringing you live images from the Amboseli, from Samburu and Lake Bogoria National Parks. Now this is the raw nature in its very self, and I'm very thrilled to be surrounded by this spectacular species of wildlife. And just to show you how authentic this experience is, we're just on the banks of the Mara River. So every so often you'll be hearing the hippos grunt and squeal. That is how much we're immersing you into this experience. So let's get this live safari started. I am Penina Karibe.
And I am Jerry O'Willy, still, as she mentions, on the banks of the Mara River. Behind us we have herds of hippos, and I'm probably, of all the CMG crew that is here on location, the person that is enjoying this view the most, because the hippos are one of my favorite animals on earth.
Oh,
and part
no,
of the discussions,
you're not the one who's enjoying it the most.
And part of the discussions that we had yesterday, we touched on the hippos just a little bit. And I'm really looking forward to some of the engagements that you're going to be having today.
Yes.
I do hope to get more insights still on the hippos. I'm really biased for the hippos. I remember I was telling you earlier, if I were ever given an opportunity to add one animal into the big five to make them the big six,
Yes.
it would be the hippopotamus. I feel the animals that reside in the water, that rule the water, need a representation into that top list.
Let me give you a secret. Jerry grew up in a part of Kenya where they actually have so many hippos near Lake Victoria. So I understand why he's biased towards the hippos. But you know what, Jerry? Apart from that, for me, I think the thing that I would highlight the most so far is the conversation you had with Dr. Paula Kahumbu yesterday, because she touched on so many interesting things. I have been to the Mara so many times. I think every year I get the opportunity to come here, and I feel like every day I learn. And yesterday she touched on, several things that actually surprised me, because I didn't know. For example, she mentioned that the numbers of zebras and wildebeests had increased, and she talked about other things as well that I am hoping we're going to expound on a bit later in our conversations with her. But I think for me, that's the most beautiful aspect of the Masai Mara, that you could really never truly have enough of it. Every day you come here, it's actually an opportunity to learn and see something new and something different.
That's true, and it's a safe haven for a lot of animals. We have been talking about some of the most elusive animals. We talk about the rhino, that not so many people get to see, because they really do not want to be near human activity. So they tend to stick to the deeper parts of the park. But it's also very hard to see things like the leopards. You can so often see lions. I'm sure during our live broadcast you're going to be seeing a lot of lions, probably a bit lazy during the day because they have most of the action in the night or late in the evenings, but you're going to see some of that. You're going to see a lot of herds of wildebeest. You're going to see zebras, you're going to see giraffes, and some of the gazelles and impalas. We have so many cameras that are planted in different locations across the Masai Mara National Reserve. And as Penina mentioned earlier, we also have cameras planted on other parks, including the Samburu National Park and also the Lake Bogoria National Reserve, as well as the Amboseli National Park. So much to learn. Remember, yesterday we had Dr. Kahumbu on set, and she gave us very valuable insights. But I feel we still have so much to pick from her mind. This is someone who has such a big passion for wildlife. She has studied wildlife. She has done a lot of research on wildlife. So much to talk about. And I think in the discussion that you're going to begin, Penina, I just want you to tell us what you want to give our audience for that first part of the discussion.
We'll be talking about the various factors that have or are still affecting this very vital ecosystem here in the Masai Mara. What are they? How are these animals adapting, to these changes? But Jerry, also, I want to hear more also about the places that you mentioned about. So I'm also going to be very keen on what your conversations will focus on when you touch about, Samburu. I've been to Samburu, but just only once. Can you imagine that? Yeah, and I guess, that also tells you, even for us here in Kenya, there's not every time we get to sample these spaces, and it's a call to everybody to always sample that. And so even as we get started on this live safari, calling it live safari because we're giving you live images from very many different parts of this country, let's first have a listening to a very special message from the Chinese ambassador to Kenya, Gu Haifan.
In April this year, President Ruto paid a state visit to China the two heads of state agreed to elevate the bilateral relations to China-Kenya community with shared future for the new era and reached consensus on deepening our cooperation across the board, among which is the decision to hold 2025 China-Kenya Culture and Tourism Season. This will be a signature moment in the bilateral cooperation in tourism and culture. CMG's live broadcasting of the Great Migration is the very important part of this culture and tourism season, and will be a perfect opportunity for international audience to watch the world's greatest annual terrestrial wildlife migration in the real time. So I believe this event will further promote culture and tourism cooperation between the two countries and attract more tourists to visit the magical Kenya.
Magical Kenya, indeed. That is the Chinese ambassador to Kenya, Guo Haiyan, just talking about how special this coverage is. And now we have Dr. Paul Kahumbu, the CEO of Wildlife Direct. Again, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, what a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, a pleasure indeed. So many things you've experienced in this great ecosystem. Yesterday you had a game drive. Did you witness anything interesting and special?
I did. First, the Mara is looking amazing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it looking so great in a long time. And we passed by a bush. We were told there was a lioness with a kill.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked my driver just to wait. And all the other cars left because she wasn't coming out. And then another lioness came carrying a tiny cub, like so tiny. I don't think its eyes were even open. It's really unusual. You never see lions babies that small because they hide them. They hide them from other lions and from other predators. But she brought this tiny little cub to the kill, and then I could hear it meowing from behind the bushes. And we thought, oh, she's just come to feed herself because the baby's too small to eat meat.
Like, how old do you think it might have been?
Gosh, 1 or 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
It was really tiny.
That's a new baby.
And then it was about this big.
Yeah.
It was so sweet. And then, other cars came and she picked up her cub and came back out again, and she walked right by our car, like literally right beside the car. I was taking photos, but my driver took out his phone and he filmed it. And she put her cub down. She was with her sister now, the other lioness. They snarled at one of the cars because everyone was trying to get a look, and then picked up the cub and just walked off back to wherever they had originally come from.
That must have been so special, because I have come to the Masai Mara, I think, for over 10 years. Almost every other year I'm here, but I've never seen a cub that small. That must have been truly special.
Yeah.
Were they not easy to spot?
Well, because they hide their cubs. Lions, the male lions, will kill the cubs of a female if they find them. So the females have become experts in hiding their cubs, and it looks like she's lost all her cubs except one. Oh. That's why she was only carrying the one. They didn't seem to have any others around. So I think she's determined for this little cub to survive.
Normally, how many cubs, like what's the numbers, like they would give birth to at a go?
They can, they're cats.
Yeah.
You know how cats are. They can have several kittens. Well, lions can have up to 5, 6 kittens, but they often will just have 2 or 3, sometimes 4. They don't all survive. There's a really high drop-off rate. They will die from neglect or be killed by other predators, or they die of starvation because it's really hard for the moms to feed their cubs. They usually will only maybe mature 1 or 2 in every litter.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. Now, let's talk about a species that's thriving, the zebras, the wildebeests, because yesterday I heard you telling Jerry that this year you've witnessed an increase in numbers of zebras and wildebeests, more than there have been in recent years. What do you think has led to this increase?
So it looks like all of the animals are loving the conditions right now. In the last year, we've had unprecedented rains. We've seen it all across Kenya, actually. And over here, what that means is that the grass is fantastic. It's lush, it's full of proteins and nutrients, and all of the animals are benefiting from that. So it means basically calves and foals are surviving to adulthood. in the last 12 months or so. And there's been very few animals dying from starvation, which is a normal thing with wildebeest. About 30% of the population will die from predation. The rest of the deaths are attributable to starvation.
That's remarkable,
Yeah.
because a lot of us think perhaps it's the predators. Because I mean, I've seen so many lions in the Masai Mara. They're so easy to spot, but we also know there's so many other predators. So I would have thought majority of them fall to the predators and not really, you know, starvation. That's interesting.
Yeah, the data is really clear that yes, the lions get and the predators get about 30%. But you know, life as a animal moving 800 kilometers on this massive trek, there are many other threats, and dying of lack of food is a big one.
Yeah, right. Let's talk about another huge animal, but that I imagine perhaps would be affected as well by starvation or drought, and that's the rhino.
Yes.
You know, I hear there are rhinos in the Masai Mara. I use the word here because I personally have never spotted a rhino here. It is actually difficult to imagine how an animal so huge could be so difficult to spot in the plains like the Masai Mara. Why are they so elusive?
It's very true. There are actually around 35 rhinos here.
Yeah.
They say 35 to 50. It's not known exactly, because the rhinos move across the border to Tanzania. Rhinos used to number many more. There used to be about 120. They were poached down to very, very low numbers, to 18 individuals. So it's one of the few places in the world where rhinos are still wild, like totally wild. But they are black rhinos. And black rhinos are bush-loving animals. They're also very territorial, so they mark their territories. If you ask any of the rangers out here, they'll know exactly where the rhinos are, and they'll find you the dung middens, because they mark their territory with a toilet. They basically create a big toilet, and they'll keep marking. So any visiting rhino knows whose territory is nearby.
Yeah.
And they don't like being near people. They don't like disturbance. They can get very aggressive. And the rangers and generally people don't want those rhinos to be disturbed. The population is only just beginning to recover. I
was telling Jerry earlier off camera that it's easier to spot rhinos in Nairobi National Park than it is here in the Masai Mara. Are they of the same species? You mentioned black rhino. I know we have white rhino. I mean, what do we have in Nairobi National Park, and what are the differences between these two species?
Right. Well, the black rhino is the rhino that is unique to this part of East Africa. It's called the Eastern black rhino. And it used to number so many that the British declared them actually a vermin, and they tried to eliminate them because they are so aggressive. They will attack you for no reason. The white rhino is a species from southern Africa. It's called the southern white rhino, and it was brought into Kenya because rhinos across Africa were really facing a lot of threats because of poaching for their horns. So the white rhinos we have in Kenya actually originate in southern Africa. They are in Nairobi National Park and several of our conservancies and other parks. They are grazers. That's why they're easier to spot. They live in herds. They're very different, totally different animal to the black rhino. Bigger, grazers. They're docile like a cow. You can drive very close to them. They're easy to spot in comparison.
I see now.
Yeah.
So you talk about many threats they face in the continent. One of them, I guess the biggest, I don't know if it's the biggest, but I would imagine poaching. But what are the threats are these animals facing, the rhinos, and how are they adapting to these threats?
Well, poaching is actually the biggest threat. In southern Africa, I think they are losing 2 or 3 per day.
No, per day?
To poachers. Yes, the demand for rhino horn is very high, and the price and the value of it is very high. And that's why you don't hear people talking about rhinos where they are. Nobody wants to reveal and attract bad people to come and get those rhinos. But they do face other threats. You know, rhinos are vulnerable to lions and hyenas, and their calves in particular are very vulnerable. They don't have very good eyesight, but they have very good smell. And that horn is extremely sharp, and it could damage any predator. But they also suffer from diseases, and one of the major diseases is trypanosomiasis, or sleeping sickness, the one that comes from, what are these flies called? These big flies. Tsetse flies, yes, tsetse flies. So the white rhinos are very vulnerable to that. And then we also have drought itself. Rhinos need water. So they don't occur in landscapes which are very, very dry unless you provide them with a lot of water. And that means that rhinos are confined to certain parts of the country, and they will die from starvation if there isn't enough vegetation, browse, grass or water.
Okay, I'm just curious to know, are they adapting to some of these changes or not?
They are adapting mainly by moving. Like they will go to places that are safe, they'll go to places that are difficult for people to find them. And they're very interesting animals. When they breed, if they are very few, like the density is very low, they will have frequent babies. But the moment the density becomes high, like in Nairobi National Park, that's also why you see them a lot, because there are many, they will stop breeding. And it's just a hormonal control that they have in their population. It's unique to rhinos. So they are often moved, you hear of rhino translocations, is to actually move them to other locations where the density is lower and they will have maximum breeding potential.
Okay, so one other thing about the Masai Mara is the crocodiles,
Yes.
But we know there's also other kinds of reptiles. I think back in 2017, I visited Mara and I saw a huge python. It was the one and only time that I saw, and I've seen a snake here in the Masai Mara.
Okay.
Yeah, how many reptiles do we have here?
Well, we have a lot, a lot of reptiles. And I'm so glad you mentioned the python.
Yeah.
Because the python in Masai Mara is not the same as the python in other parts of Kenya.
Is it?
It's actually the West African python. And it actually speaks to the fact that this ecosystem is so unique because it's connected to Lake Victoria and it's connected to the Western and Central African forests. And so we have the Western python here, but we have a different python in other parts of Kenya.
Okay.
And the python we have here is the biggest of all the pythons, and that's why you noticed it's huge. They are really huge. But the crocodiles are also amazing. They are the biggest predator. They're bigger than lions, so they are just amazing. They are as many crocs as there are hippos, maybe more, because they lay lots of eggs. They are, they live a long life, longer than any of these other animals. They can live up to 90.
90 years?
Yeah. So these guys, they look like small crocs or whatever. They're
Yeah.
actually very ancient beings. And there's something else that's really cool about crocodiles. When they lay their eggs, they lay them in the sand on the riverbanks, and they don't have a XY chromosome like humans. They don't have any gender chromosomes. Actually, no, they're not. Their gender is not determined by genetics. It's determined by temperature. So where the eggs are determines, and the temperature of those eggs determines the gender.
So that
the
then
babies.
brings me to my next question to you, which is how climate change is affecting the Masai Mara and the species that live here.
It will definitely, obviously, affect crocs and any reptiles with that system. So turtles, terrapins, which we have here. We have 2 different kinds of terrapins. And, you could end up with a clutch of all males or a clutch of all females, depending on temperature changes. So that's really a big deal. You asked also how many other reptiles we have. The Mara has a lot of snakes and other related animals, the frogs and other amphibians, many, many species, but it hasn't been well studied. So I don't have a number. I can't tell you the exact number, but there are dozens of species.
Yeah.
Some of them literally just found in the last few weeks.
Oh.
New species of snakes, new species of frogs. So it's a place that really should be attracting scientists to come and look at this.
It's a scientist paradise.
It is, absolutely.
Yeah. Are there any animals that perhaps might have become extinct due to certain changes happening, like climate change, human development? And if not, maybe are there animals that you've noticed have changed to adapt? And if you have, what kind of characteristics or features are you noticing with such animals?
So, well, on animals that are affected and have gone or disappeared, I mean, number one is the wild dogs. Mara used to have wild dogs, and they haven't been seen for some time, and when they do come, they'll come for just a day, a couple of days, and they'll disappear again. So wild dogs are a very unique predator. They move very fast. They hunt, they kill, and then they move, and they move in packs. The only time they stop is when they have a den, when they've got cubs or pups. They've disappeared from this ecosystem because of disease. So disease is one of the threats to all the big cats and all the predators, and that's because of human habitation. If you ever see the Masai with their cattle, they often have dogs with them.
Yes, I've noticed.
And the dogs tend to have high rates of rabies and distemper, which is a disease unique to these animals. And our wild animals are very vulnerable. So jackals, lions, leopards, hyenas, cheetahs, they are all affected by these diseases. But the wild dog is particularly vulnerable to distemper and to rabies, and that's because of their behavior. I don't know if you've ever seen normal domestic dogs. They're always licking each other and licking themselves, right? Wild dogs have an extreme level of licking each other.
Yeah.
Every time they wake up, they go and greet each other by licking their faces. So you can imagine a disease like rabies, it gets transmitted straight away, and similar for distemper. So they are very vulnerable, and their numbers just have plummeted all across Africa. But in northern Kenya, so in Samburu actually, you do get wild dogs. They are recurring, and their population is recovering, and you also get them in Tsavo National Park.
I know you've interacted a lot with the Masai-Mara ecosystem. What's the most interesting thing you've come across or you've learned about this ecosystem?
I'll give you a most interesting observation.
Yes.
Because this place is fascinating, endless stories. I couldn't, I couldn't tell you them even in a lifetime. But when we were filming for my own series, Wildlife Warriors, we came to the river banks to film the river, and the river had gone to quite a low level, and we were trying to show the threats to the Mara ecosystem. And as we were setting up, we noticed these two tiny mongooses. They're called slender mongoose. It's a very cute little animal, and there was a pair of them, which I've never seen before. They ran down to the river's edge, and they were just peering like they wanted to get across. And we were filming them just out of curiosity, because you rarely see these animals. And one of them just hopped onto a rock in the river and then jumped into the stream and started being carried away by the water.
Oh no.
And it was like paddling, trying to swim, and the hippos were watching it, but a crocodile immediately saw it and came zooming right across and just snapped it, threw it in the air, caught it, and the other one was watching. And the other one did exactly the same thing. It did everything identical and got gobbled up by the same crocodile. I was just like, is this a suicide pact, or what is going on? I couldn't explain why they would do that. Because he saw his mate get eaten and still jumped in the water. It was so strange. Most animals run away from predators.
Yes, they do. Dr. Kahumbu, I don't know. I don't particularly like crocodiles just because I think they're so vicious.
But wait, they are top predators, and they're successful because they're such brilliant predators.
Yeah.
So they're smart and they're ancient. But did you know crocodiles are also very good mothers?
Are they?
They are.
I thought they just lay their eggs and then they swim back to the river.
The only reptile that looks after its babies. So they lay their eggs, and then they go back to the nest. They dig up the babies. They carry them in their mouth down to the water, and they look after the babies. The only reptile that does this.
Is it the female that does that, or the male, or the both, male and female?
The female.
Ah, I see.
So yeah, so they have a maternal instinct, which is extremely unusual, and I think worthy of some praise.
Well, I guess that's why why they're so ancient, because I think they're really ancient.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take a break for now, Dr. Kahumbu, but I know Dr. Kahumbu will continue with Jerry when we come back from the break, and they will be talking about all the other places. Dr. Kahumbu teased about Samburu. They will also talk about Amboseli and Lake Bogoria. So as we head into the break, we now have a special message from the United Nations Environmental Program Country Director here in Kenya, Rajiv Garg. Let's take a listen.
Dear viewers, I am Rajiv Garg, Head of Kenya Country Program of the United Nations Environment Program based in Nairobi. It's an honor to join the China Media Group, CMG Africa's spectacular live broadcast of the great wildebeest migration in Masai Mara, a testament to the wonders of our planet. This migration is not just a natural phenomena, but a vital thread in the web of life. It reminds us that balancing human progress with ecological preservation is the key to a sustainable future. UNEP champions this harmony in urban and rural development. CMG's Africa's pioneering broadcast for now 2 consecutive years play an important role. They connect global audiences to Africa's biodiversity, inspiring collective action for conservation. We applaud CMG Africa for leveraging media innovation to showcase nature's marvel. Such efforts raise awareness, promote ecotourism, and empower local communities. UNEP stands ready to collaborate in safeguarding habitats and advancing green inclusive development. Wishing this year's broadcast great success. May this journey of life renew our commitment to a shared planet where humanity and nature thrive together.
Rajiv Garg there with an important message, also capturing the importance of such collaborations as this between CMG and the authorities here to try and give you live footage and coverage and giving you an experience as well into the wild. So for those of you who are watching us from whatever part of the world, we appreciate your presence with us. We are still, of course, on set with the knowledgeable Dr. Paula Kahumbu, and we're going to spread this conversation further. We just want to go beyond now the Mara. Remember, we had mentioned that we have also set up cameras in other locations, including the Samburu National Park and the Amboseli National Reserve. And we want to veer into that those two locations going onwards now, Dr. Kahumbu. And you know the animals that are found there. I want you to just tell me as we begin, if you had the opportunity, of course right now, the animal symbol for Kenya is the lion. But if you had an opportunity to pick from that habitat another animal to replace the lion, what would you go for?
Well, there's no question, no competition. It has to be elephants. You know why?
No.
Elephants are matriarchal societies. They're led by the females. And these females have knowledge from generations, and they communicate in a way that is still so mysterious to us. They do things that we'll probably never be able to comprehend because our brains are tiny in comparison to an elephant. So I love that they are family oriented, they are very strong and very such good leaders. The females, especially the matriarch, are such great leaders. That's what I would love to see for this country.
Good. Trick question. 100 years from now, Jerry is not here, but my grandchildren are. Will they still find elephants?
Yes, I believe they will. I think that some of these species have become so iconic and intermingled with our reputation as a nation, our identity as people. Elephants in particular are considered a totem for many of our tribes, and for the Masai in particular, they believe that the origin of elephants is humans. So I don't think we'll easily give up on a species that is so important to us as our identity, as our culture, as our economy. I think they'll still be here.
Yes, and let me just now start with the Samburu the Amboseli National Park. So Amboseli translates from Masai word, which means salty, dusty place. Is the Amboseli still salty and dusty?
It actually is in some places. It's an amazing place because it's at the base of Mount Kilimanjaro. So you have this low-lying area that was a lake, and that lake dried up, and that's why the plains are salty and dusty. And Lake Amboseli, if you go there today, is a dry pan. But in some parts of the ecosystem, which is actually an oasis, you have these incredible natural springs and all this water and these incredibly clear lakes. And it's that the clarity of those lakes is actually due to that salt. So what you have is this glassy, I don't know, it's so scenic. It's like something from the Alps or something, but it's not. It's in Africa, near the equator. It's spectacular.
Good. And now, just mixing the Amboseli and Samburu, what are some of the animals that I can find in those two habitats?
Well, in Amboseli, because it's this oasis, you find many, many species. You'll find leopards, lions, cheetah, elephants, giraffes, wildebeests and zebras, all these same animals. But you also get these really cool things like caracals, which is a very unusual and beautiful cat. And you get black serval, which is very, very stunning. It's a smaller cat, and it's just like, I don't know, people love this cat. People come from all over the world to see the black serval in Amboseli. In Samburu, you have these other really rare species that are stunning. You know, the reticulated giraffe, this beautiful pattern that looks like somebody painted it painstakingly, you know. The Grevy's zebra, this huge zebra with very thin stripes. It's very, very beautiful with massive Mickey Mouse ears. It's such a lovely, lovely animal. We have large herds of them in Samburu, and of course wild dogs. And this is one of the best places to see wild dogs, is up in Samburu. They are, we call them the Cape hunting dogs, or sometimes the painted dogs, because they don't look like normal dogs, domestic dogs. They have big ears. They've got this blotchy patterns, and each one is unique in its patterns with little bits of white. And they don't bark. They just yip, and kind of like make bird-like sounds. They're very, very interesting animals.
And you just mentioned, as we were beginning the show, about the Mount Kilimanjaro, which Amboseli, of course, is right at the base of. And so whenever you go to Amboseli, you'll be looking at the animals, but you'll also have a spectacular view in the backdrop of Mount Kilimanjaro. Is that also an attraction, especially to the people that target Amboseli?
Absolutely. There isn't anywhere else in the world, even from the Tanzania side, you won't get the sight of this majestic, the world's largest freestanding mountain, snow-capped, and in the foreground, elephants, herds of elephants walking, beautiful acacia tortoise, you know, the umbrella acacia. It is one of the most scenic places on earth, for sure.
And we've been having some conversations as well, even with other players within the wildlife industry. And a lot of people seem to think part of that ecosystem has changed a bit. And we are starting to see now areas that were, as it was called earlier, dusty, salty place, and no longer salty and dusty. And so now we are starting to see other species coming in. For instance, someone mentioned flamingos were not really known to be in the Amboseli. And right now you can go to the Amboseli and find flamingos. Why is that?
Well, flamingos are just very clever birds. They will find the right organisms that they need in the water. You know, they depend on certain species of animals that live in the water. The landscape of Amboseli has changed over the last, I would say, 50 years. It's changed a lot. The trees are declining. The lake water is rising. All around, if you go on the roads, there's water and water on either side of the roads. Some of the trees can't tolerate it. You're seeing even some of the trees that are actually water dependent, like the acacia xanthophylla, the yellow-barked acacia, is even dying in some of those places. So the whole landscape is changing, and it's natural. I think it's related to something that's going on underground. All of the lakes, actually in the Rift Valley, water levels are rising. They say there's something going on with shifts in the earth, but it could also be more water running off into those lakes. But in Amboseli in particular, it's happened much faster. And what you're seeing is a lot more birds that are dependent on water. So if you're a birder, this is a paradise, because you can sit and just watch birds all day long. Many, many different species. They are those fishing birds, the kingfishers, fishing eagles. You can watch them going after the catfish in those shallow lakes, because the lakes are very, very shallow. And from time to time, the elephants will walk across, and there'll be rows of flamingos and elephants walking, and I don't know anywhere else in the world where you see flamingos and elephants together. It's pretty spectacular.
And yes, you mentioned the elephants, which is interesting because Amboseli is known to have some of the biggest elephants in existence at the moment. And now, the last time I was there, I think a couple of months ago, I witnessed something that was very interesting. So the elephants would go into the deep sides of the water ponds that are there, and they would actually sink below, and it seems like they're grazing from under the water. How good swimmers would you say elephants are?
Actually, elephants are very good swimmers. They're very, very good swimmers. We don't often see them swimming though. But most of the time when you see them in Amboseli, they are walking on the ground, on the mud. But they can actually put their bodies fully underwater, and they just keep their trunk up like a snorkel. It's really so cute to watch. But if you see them walking, sometimes the babies, you'll see the babies are swimming. They actually are. They know how to swim from very early on. But yeah, so they will, especially the families, the matriarchs and their daughters and their calves will go into the swamps to feed on the soft grass in there. They love it. They love it. And the bulls mostly will be somewhere else. They'll be feeding in the vegetation outside or outside of the park altogether on the community land. And then they come in when it's time to breed. And right now is breeding season. So if you go to Amboseli today, you'll see huge herds of elephants. The families come together, like the clans of families. There could be hundreds of elephants together. The bulls will come from all corners because they want to find out who's ready for mating. They will approach the females, and the females will make a ruckus. They'll run around, they'll scream and trumpet. There are certain bulls they don't want anything to do with, and there are some bulls that they really like. So the biggest bulls, they love them the most, and you'll see the huge bulls will walk in a particular way, like really strutting, and you'll see fluid come from their orbital glands just here. Those bulls are in a state called must, which is a reproductive state. They have very high levels of testosterone. Those bulls, the females will really want to follow, and the bulls will dribble urine as they walk to attract the females, and you can even smell it with your own nose. It's not a nice smell, but they love it, but it's not a nice smell for us. But the bulls, if they see another bull, they will fight. So just last week, that's what I witnessed.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, a bull was hanging around with the females, another bull came, and he decided, these are my females, and they started this big fight, clashing. The bulls will literally bang heads, and the head of the bull is rounded, and it has these pockets of air, so it's quite a loud, when they hit heads, it's a very loud sound. The females hate it, because the babies are at risk, and so there's lots of splashing around, and all these guys running around, the babies are crying, the mothers are trying to get their babies out of the way. And eventually somebody has to win. And basically the bulls will not fight to the death, they will fight to assert who is the boss of this group. And eventually one has to go.
Yeah.
And the male will chase him away, and then he will come back to his females and try and encourage them to come back. And then he continues checking out who's in estrus, who's ready to be mated.
Interesting. I'm still coming back to the conversation of, the particular animals, and I'm taking you back to that conversation of the special animals that you find there, the gravy giraffe, the reticulated giraffe, the gravy zebra. But right now, I just want you to give me an insight on the connection between the Masai-Mara and Amboseli. Have these two habitats ever had a direct connection, even in the past?
So they probably have had a direct connection, but don't forget, we are on the western side of the Rift Valley, and Amboseli is on the eastern side of the Rift Valley. And so many of the species that you find here are not on that side. There'll be another version of. So that's how we know they were connected. Way, probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years ago, they were connected. But if you look at some species, you'll find they look quite different. Look at the water bucks. They have a very different backside. It's white, but in the east on our side, they look like a target, and it's different on their side. It's just a white patch. So there is a separation which is due to the Rift Valley itself, which is an ancient physical feature. Today, I would say, though, birds for sure migrate easily because they're just going to hop over. It's only a few hundred kilometers. They will fly over to Amboseli. Birds like crowned cranes, you'll see them there, you'll also see them here. Vultures, for them it's not a big deal to fly there or fly back here. And many of the eagles. But when it comes to zebra, giraffe, even elephants, we don't hear of them crossing all that way. In fact, the wildebeest of the Mara are a different subspecies to the wildebeest of the Amboseli ecosystem.
And the differences that you mentioned, would you pin that down to different adaptations to the different environments?
Yeah, it's just evolution, exactly. And we don't know exactly why some of those evolutionary things happened, like why is the rump of a water buck whiter in one and not the other? I don't know. I don't even know if the reason why that happened is still relevant today. Maybe it was a different condition back then. But many of the animals will still move, and you'll see mixing of the blood, for example. Lions and leopards can easily cross from that area to this area.
And I'm also interested in the conversation about birds, because the Amboseli is known to have a lot of birds as well.
Yeah.
We have even had stories of birds flying in from as far as North Africa, from even beyond the continent. How does that work?
Well, the global migration of birds, which is the winter migration, is a very, very special phenomenon. Birds come not just North Africa, they come from the Arctic, literally from the snow zone. During the Arctic winter, they'll start flying south. They'll come through Europe, through Israel, through the Rift Valley from Egypt. They'll follow the Rift Valley. And many of those birds are dependent on water. Storks, for example, you'll see them arriving and eating caterpillars and things along the way. But also many birds of prey, many eagles, like you'll find Russian eagles coming to Kenya. And there's some very famous birds, like there's been some very famous birds of prey caught in Kenya, and they have tags on their legs. And they say, oh, this bird originated in Portugal, and sometimes Russia as well. So this migration is driven entirely by temperature, but of course it's related to food and breeding. So these birds will fly thousands of kilometers, coming all the way through Kenya. They don't stop here. They'll keep going all the way to Zimbabwe, even maybe to South Africa. And then they'll turn around and go all the way back. Some of the birds are tiny, tiny little birds, and some of them are massive eagles, like the equivalent of a golden eagle.
And these birds that you speak about also have different adaptations. I'm very interested in the role of the vulture in the wild. People say, and you talk to some of the guides here, you talk to some of the drivers that operate within these wild habitats, and they tell you that the vulture is the one that cleans the ecosystems. How true is that?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Vultures and crocodiles actually are very, very important. Of course, with their friends, the hyenas. So these are scavengers. They play such a vital role in the whole food chain. We tend to look at them badly, but I don't know why. It's like if you didn't have an animal that was removing all the carcasses of wildebeests, zebras, and anything else that dies from whatever reason, you would end up with a massive increase in diseases, like parasites, which those animals have. They will just continue to breed. So vultures, crocodiles, and hyenas have very, very acid stomachs. They don't just eat the meat and destroy all the pathogens. They actually have an ability to even digest bones. So what comes out is just calcium powder. It's really, really amazing. Their digestive system is so efficient. Compare that to an elephant. It probably digests about 10% of what goes in comes out again. You know?
And it eats more than 100 kilograms, and so most of that is waste.
150 kilograms in a day. It's insane.
That's amazing. But then there's also the talk of other animals now taking advantage of this undigested waste that the elephant, removes after feeding. So it's also important, even beyond just itself, that waste that comes from the elephant feeds still insects and I would imagine even birds.
Yeah, yeah. So elephants, when they eat, they have to eat in bulk. So they will eat grass, fruit, leaves, whatever they can find. They'll just gobble it down, and most of it comes back out again, almost as it is. But the elephant will have moved kilometers, so they're also moving nutrients through the ecosystem and depositing fertilizer with seeds. So you'll often see new vegetation coming up from elephant piles, including mushrooms, which is incredible. Many other animals will come to those dung piles, and you'll see them. Watch guinea fowls. They're always there scratching around, poking around and looking for stuff in the elephant dung. And it's not just the materials in the dung. It could include the dung beetles themselves and the dung beetle larvae, which look like big maggots. And the guinea fowls and other birds love it.
And now, just focusing now on the tourist experience, how different would you say it would be for a tourist that comes to the Mara compared to the experience that another tourist would find in Amboseli and probably in Samburu?
Oh, that's a really great question. Tourists who go to Amboseli, I think, will be blown away by the fact that it's a very, very flat ecosystem with incredibly huge skies. I mean, you can't help but feel awe-inspired by the flatness of the land and then this mountain just towering above you. It is, it's incredible. And then to see elephants, they're not just elephants. They're not just any old elephants. These are elephants that have been studied for the last 50 years. They're very used to cars. So they will actually, as they walk, they won't care about the vehicles. They'll be walking among the vehicles, getting closer than this between you and I. And when you see the world's largest mammal, and it's looking at you, into your eye, you can't help feeling moved by that experience. So that's what I would say is magical about Amboseli. It's just this incredible theater of spectacle. If you go to Masai Mara, it's very different. This place is a drama. It's like a drama unfolding every minute. There's somebody running somewhere, somebody being killed over there, somebody mating over here, and you don't know where to look. There's really so much. It's almost overwhelming of the senses. You literally, I was watching yesterday the cars driving among the herds, and I could just see people are pointing that way, people are pointing the other way. There's something happening all around you. It's So exciting, so exciting. That's the big difference.
And one of my favorite experiences in Amboseli was I once saw 2 lions, both females, trying to pin down a porcupine.
Oh.
And the porcupine is also very, very, very dangerous animal,
That must
even
have been
for the
so
lions. But does that just show how much different these 2 ecosystems are? Does it also point to the availability or lack of it, of prey in the 2 locations?
So no, lions are just lions. Lions are very, very interesting animals. They're like cats. Do you have cats at home?
I don't have one, but I know how they behave.
So cats are very curious, and they are always curious about porcupines. And I'm pretty sure porcupine tastes quite nice. Even humans like eating them, by the way. But the lions will always try out to get a porcupine, and it's not because they're starving. It's because they love solving problems, and a porcupine is a very prickly problem for a lion. So you can imagine a porcupine, as soon as it feels threatened, it flares those quills, and it can't shoot them. People think they can shoot. They cannot shoot them. But what it can do is run, and the lions will chase, and then the moment the lion is close, it will lift those spines, and the lion will run into it. And that's why you often see them with spines sticking out of their face. And the spines have backward pointing barbs, so they get stuck, and it's very hard to remove them. It's extremely painful. So porcupines are very, very well adapted to predators like lions. If there were porcupines here in Mara today, you'll see the lions doing exactly the same thing. It's just that the grass is so high. If there are porcupines here, you're not going to see them, and they're nocturnal anyway. Driving time stops at 6. It's very rare to see some of these nocturnal animals.
And I also listened into a conversation that you had earlier with Penina, also just focusing on the lions. So I'm really interested, what really is the biggest threat to lion populations in Kenya and in the larger, continent?
Yeah. Well, lions continent-wide have reduced to about 20,000. In Kenya, we used to have 15,000. Today, we only have about 3,000 lions. So lions are in major, major trouble. And I would say the number 1 threat is us. There's no predator that can really take on a lion. It's humans. We have taken over a lot of the land. Their prey species have declined, especially in places where we've got large herds of cattle and other livestock. But in addition, we've been particularly bad. Our places where we keep livestock, where lions will obviously go for a cow over a buffalo because it's easy. It's very hard to kill a buffalo. It's very easy to kill a cow or a goat. And so lions often get retaliated against. And some of that retaliation has in the past been people throwing spears or shooting them with a bow and arrow. But of late, in the last, I would say 15 years or so, people realized there are pesticides that we use in agriculture that lions cannot detect. And there's a particular pesticide called furadan, which is a carbofuran. It's a kind of a chemical that paralyzes you. It's used on tomatoes and onions against certain insects, but it has no taste, no color, and no flavor, and no smell. So the lions will eat carcasses that somebody has put this chemical on. We've been actually lobbying government to ban this particular chemical, which is actually banned in the country where it's produced, which is USA. This chemical is so deadly, it can kill you. If somebody put it in your tea, it would kill you in a few minutes. And sadly, we've witnessed lions in Masai Mara in particular have been very, very badly hit. And it's usually just a very angry community member who's lost a livestock who does this. And the lions they just can't retaliate against that. So a whole pride and hundreds of vultures will be affected by just one cow laced with this chemical. It's that deadly.
But then has there been any progress, because there have been a lot of campaigns to just try and help the locals and the communities that live around these wild habitats just to understand the importance of these wildlife habitats and the animals that live in them. Has there been any progress, culturally and even in some just traditional practices that involve the humans and the animals to just try and ensure that they stay alive?
There's actually been a lot of effort and I would say even a lot of progress, because lions are recovering in some parts of Kenya, and in particular here in the Mara. I would say that the fact that a lot of the rules here in the Mara have changed is making a big difference. I can't come into the Mara without a local guide in his own car or her own car, which means now there's a lot of revenue going back to the community, which was not there before. And I think part of the reason why they retaliate against lions is because they're living alongside this great spectacle, which is worth billions of dollars, and they're not benefiting from it. Now they can benefit from it by being part of the business associated with visitors coming here. So that's huge. I think that's going to make a massive, massive difference. There's also been a lot of education and conservation organizations coming up with other different alternatives, right? So there's a young Masai boy from near Nairobi called Richard Turere. He invented a flashing light system. I don't know if you've seen it. It's amazing. It basically mimics somebody walking around, and the lions think that you're awake, and they put it on many of the bomas and the homesteads around here, and the lions don't come after the cattle as a result. So that's been a very interesting innovation driven by one individual, but being used now all across Africa, even in some places in Asia and in the Americas. So that's really exciting to see innovations being supported, somebody actually doing it now as a business. So that's really great. But I think education is number one. How do you persuade a community who live in this landscape? We want them to live with wildlife. How do you persuade people to live in coexistence with these great animals, whether it's elephants, snakes, lions, crocodiles? I mean, would you live with an elephant in your backyard? Very few people would, right? Whether you're in Kenya or Tanzania or America or UK, nobody wants to live with these dangerous animals. They injure you, they can kill you, they can destroy your crops, they can harm your family, they can destroy your property. And so Kenya has come up with a new nationwide offer, which is on compensation. If you lose your livestock to a lion, or if you lose your crops to an elephant, the government will pay you back. It's not easy. I won't say it's 100%. It's not a silver bullet, but it just takes away the sting of damage and injury and loss.
Just as I let you go, describe in one word Kenya's rich heritage of wildlife. How would you describe it to someone who hasn't been to Kenya?
It's a treasure. It's really a treasure.
Thank you so much. That has been Dr. Paula Kahumbu giving us very, very valuable insights, of course, go veering even beyond the Masai-Mara National Reserve, on whose banks we are right here at the Mara River. We have also been having conversations touching the Samburu National Park, as well as the Amboseli National Reserve. This conversation is going to continue. Of course, remember, my colleague Penina Karibe is still here on set. We just want to now recap some of the things that we have had for today and even yesterday. But beyond that, we have another important message sent to us for this show, to you, our audience, and to the CMG team here. And that is from Anna Claudia Rosberg, who is the Executive Director of the UN Habitat. Please take a listen in.
Dear viewers, I am Anna Claudia Rosberg, Executive Director of UN Habitat. It's an honor to join CMG Africa's spectacular live broadcast of the great wildebeest migration in Masai Mara, testament to the wonders of our planet. This migration is not just a natural phenomenon, but a vital thread in the web of life. It reminds us that balancing human progress with ecological preservation is key to a sustainable future. UN Habitat champions this harmony in urban and rural development. CMG Africa's pioneering broadcasts, now for 2 consecutive years, play a crucial role. They connect global audiences to Africa's biodiversity, inspiring collective action for conservation. We applaud CMG Africa for leveraging media innovation to showcase nature's marvels. Such efforts raise awareness, promote ecotourism, and empower local communities. UN Habitat stands ready to collaborate in safeguarding habitats and advancing green, inclusive development. Wishing this year's broadcast great success. May this journey of life renew our commitment to a shared planet where humanity and nature thrive together. Thank you.
Anna Claudia Rosberg there, just capturing the value of these wild habitats and the value of collaborations in ensuring that these animals that are in existence today continue to be in existence for the generation beyond ours. Penina, we have had such an insightful conversation, remember, with the Dr. Paula Kahumbu, who has just now left set, and so much to take away from her talk. But I'm also really captivated by her discussion on the Rift Valley. Now, the Masai Mara being on the western side, and Amboseli being on the eastern side. And the animals, even giraffes themselves as a species, are different on the eastern side and on the western side.
Yeah, and you know, I had a conversation with her earlier, just before the show started, and she talked about that actually. And she said that even the wildebeest that you find here in the Mara are completely different from the wildebeest that you will find in the Amboseli National Park, just because those ones are adapted to just that environment. They never go anywhere. Yeah, and it got me thinking. I wonder what are some of those, you know, differences that maybe tomorrow we should actually ask her, you know, what are some of those differences we find between the animals found in the Amboseli, for example, the wildebeest, because when I look at them, they just look all the same, you know. I never would have known that there are differences. But, you know, Jerry, it was also interesting to hear her talk about vultures. You talked a little bit about the vultures, and she'd also mentioned off camera earlier on how even here in the Mara, we have different species of vultures and how each species plays a vital role in cleaning up. You know, I had you talk about cleaning up, you know, they're the cleaners of the park. And she said that there are those that are known as the bone breakers. So they will crush open the carcass and they will eat what they can. And then there's the smaller species that have a sharper beak. And so they're able to go for those little tiny things that are tucked inside of that carcass. I thought about it and I said, you know, yesterday when you were speaking to her, she said the human beings think they're really smart, but nature is truly the genius of the world.
Smart.
Yeah, and I thought that's one example of just how genius nature is.
And if you remember that conversation about animals being really smart, she did mention that elephants have a very good memory.
Oh, yes.
And I have known as well from other conversations that elephants can even remember paths that they followed even 2 years. And they've never followed this path for like 3 years.
Yeah.
And they can remember the last time there was a drought.
Yeah.
I found water 50 kilometers from here. I need to take my family 50 kilometers from here, and they will find their way there.
That is so true. And interesting conversation about the elephant when she, you know, it's my favorite animal, not the hippo. When she talked about it being the symbol, her symbol of Kenya, you know, she explained about the maternal instinct of the elephant, but there was something she said that really struck me and I never knew about the elephant. Was that the Masai actually regarded as the genesis of humanity, you know. I never knew that, and I thought it's interesting because tomorrow we will have her on our day 3 talking about conservation efforts and the Masai community which lives here, just to know how they have understood these animals, you know, the special things they attribute to these animals and why they actually regard them in such high regard. It was good to hear her talk about the efforts that are in place now. You know, you asked about the lions and she talked about that deadly chemical that you cannot detect, you know, and I thought that is so dangerous, you know, but you know, I thought to myself, it's now refreshing that communities can finally be able to appreciate the value of these animals. You know, they don't just look at them as predators that are ruining our sources of revenue, but they are now the sources of revenue. Yeah.
Good, good. And I think tomorrow's conversation will also veer so much into now the Ma culture, the people who we regard as the guardians of these spectacular wild habitats, including the Masai-Mara, including Samburu National Park, including Amboseli National Reserve. And it's going to be something that I expect will give us a bit of some insights on how they have been able to live, to ensure human-wildlife coexistence. But I think that has been all from us for today. Of course, remember, as Penina mentions, we still have a lot of conversations that are lined up. We still have our cameras that have been stationed in different parts of the Masai-Mara National Reserve, in the Amboseli National Park, and also in the Samburu National Reserve. So we are going to capture so much of it, but tomorrow's conversation will mostly touch on the culture of the people that are the first defenders of these wild habitats. I have been Jerry Owili as the host of the second part of the show.
And I am Penina Karibe. It's been such a great pleasure to have you in our company. Tomorrow, looking forward to having you again as we wrap up this special live broadcast. So for now, we hand you back to Beijing and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Kenya is home to some of nature's best renowned wildlife habitats. Boasting a rich listing of flora and fauna, these national game parks and reserves offer some of the most intriguing spectacles of the wild. But in the jungle, all lives have one common mission: survival. From July 25th to 27th, CGTN turns its focus to the raw and unforgiving wild habitats across Kenya.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to CGTN's special live streaming program, The Hype, where minds collide and ideas amplified. I'm your host, Zhang Zhenyi, coming to you live from China's capital, Beijing City. Where from July to September every year, millions of grazing wild animals gathered and form a mighty migratory army. From July 25th to 27th, which is from yesterday to tomorrow, from 8 to 12 GMT, which is from 4 to 8 p.m. Beijing time, we will take you to this massive African savanna and to take you experience this epic journey by yourself. This journey is also known as the annual Great Migration of East Africa. For our journey today, we are glad to have two amazing guests. Well, how about introduce yourself, please?
Ladies first.
Oh, thank you. My name is Beatrice Benjamin Fraeli. I am an assistant lecturer at the College of African Wildlife Management in Mweka in Tanzania, but also I am a PhD student, Animal Ecology, Northeast Forest University, China. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Yang?
And I'm Yang Chongshen from Tsinghua University. I've been doing the African studies for more than 10 years, and I've been to several countries in sub-Saharan areas. For example, Mauritius, South Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, etc. And nice to meet you here.
Thank you so much for joining our show today. I can't wait to start our journey. And for our viewers, you can watch this episode on multiple social media platforms, including CGTN's Facebook, YouTube, X, as well as Chinese WeChat, Weibo, and also CGTN official website and app. And please, you're more than welcome to leave comments below if you have any questions during this journey, and also just simply let us know how you feel. And here are some heads up for viewers who missed out our show yesterday. So yesterday, we uncovered the driving force behind this migration. And also, we talk about the challenges and the threats that those migrating animals are facing. And we also witnessed the massive wildebeests crossing the Mara River. And also, we heard some heartbreaking and harsh realities of those poaching and illegal wildlife trade. As for today, we're stepping into a mysterious Masai community. And also we're going to talk about one very crucial topic, which is, can progress and preservation coexist in harmony? Well, so buckle up. Let's start our journey today. So my first question is for you, Mr. Yang, because I already asked Beatrice this yesterday. Have you witnessed this migration yourself?
Yeah, of course, once, but just once.
Is there any things or animals that most impressed you?
Yes, I got the most impression is that the thing is that the wildebeests gathered before the dawn and then leapt into the Mara River. But that should be a very, the split-second choice between life and death, because there are crocodiles in the river and lions in the bank. So for me, that should be a very stunning and striking moment when I see the animal migration.
And I think the attraction of this savanna attracts you to even go there another times, right? Because I heard you're going to Africa next month,
Yeah,
right?
next month, by the early of the next month, to see my next time animal migration.
Which country, which place you're going
Tanzania, Serengeti.
to? Are you ready?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And for Beatrice, I can't help but notice that you've especially dressed up today. What are you wearing? Can you tell us about this outfit?
Oh, sure. This is called the kitenge. It's our common dress in Tanzania and some other African countries. It is used by women. It's not only for the dress, but sometimes it's used as a decoration, can be used to decorate somewhere. It can be given as a gift. We wear it as an official dress, like you see me today, but sometimes we use it in a ceremony, send-off, weddings, but sometimes when there is a burial ceremony as well, we cover ourselves within two of these vitenge, and we go to that event. So if someone sees you wearing two of these vitenges, one tied and the other one covering your head and here, will definitely notice that something is wrong. There is a burial ceremony or there is something of sorrow. But if I'm wearing like this, I'm happy and official representing Tanzania.
Wow, thank you for telling us how to distinguish this different kind of like a dressing style.
Yes,
They're
and
really-
it's a good gift. You can as well give it to someone. It's most of the time in weddings or in send-off, or if you happen to get a baby, it's a very important gift to a woman who is having a baby.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I really like the color, this combination of this pattern, the stripes. Just give me this or energetic vibe, those vibrant vibe.
Exactly.
Well, we'll come to the African culture later in our show, and now let's talk a little bit about the migration. Well, as we saw earlier, this 2 hours live stream, and also what we saw yesterday, I can't help but notice that there are so many crocodiles, but they're just basking in the sun so lazily in the river. That somehow contrasts the stereotypical image of aggressive, dangerous, or fierce. Why do they become less aggressive now? Are they really become less aggressive now? Because they're in the river, just lying there?
No, they're
No?
not less aggressive.
Oh.
The crocodiles are carnivores and they're very aggressive. That's their normal behavior. And when we see them basking, appearing like lazy, most of the time they're well fed, and crocodiles are cold-blooded with very slow metabolism. So once they eat, they'll take some time, several months, even a year without eating. So it is possible for them to just rest. And it's a way of them regulating temperature, because their temperature is regulated by the external environment. Crocodiles are ambush hunters. Oh. Usually they are not active hunters. It's not like a lion or a cheetah that you would see it running towards a prey. No, they'll take cover and ambush the prey. So seeing them basking, it's normal. Yeah. They can go for a long time without eating. And after eating, in fact, they don't need to influx food just like for us because of slow metabolism. So and what they eat, they usually take it wholly. Then it starts to be digested slowly, using the acids and enzymes. That takes quite a long time. But otherwise, I would say they are aggressive. Nothing has changed. They are not lazy as what we might think.
So when we're saying they're just lying in the river, it's important to never lose your cautions.
Exactly. We should not take it for granted. It's just helping the body when it's too hot, and when it's too hot, they might be in the lake, and sometimes they go away, depending on the temperature variations.
Well, and I heard there's a famous word that always connected to crocodile. That's the death roll, right? What is death roll?
Oh, yeah, it's true. That has to do with the style they use to kill the prey. That after catching the prey, they usually roll. And it's good that in a water body, they tend to cooperate and get big chunks among each other. So that's a style to kill the prey. Wow. Yeah.
Speaking of those formidable animals, we must mention Africa's big five. I think that's lion, elephants, buffalo, leopard, and rhinos, right? But sometimes, even a dominant male lion may fear those packs of hyenas. So my question for you, Mr. Yang, is that does this suggest that there's no permanent winners or rulers in nature?
Okay, the question is very interesting. We can see in many documentaries or movies or even in the news or live shows, the numbers of hyenas gathered and they surrounded a long line. And this, I think in this situation, numbers and the cooperation can tell something. Because the nature for me is not a battlefield that the strongest can always win. And sometimes the numbers, cooperation, adapting can determine the outcome.
And strategies.
Yes, and strategies. And of course, as the very famous philosopher and the the sociologist, maybe you know that, his name is Herbert Spencer. And one of his most famous sentences is that survival of the fittest. So I think that should be a very good conclusion about what you ask, survival of the fittest. And it's up to the strategy, the cooperation, the number, etc. Yeah.
That's very well
Yeah,
said.
hyena, a large pack of hyena can chase away a lion.
Yes.
That is possible.
Yes.
So the issue is their cooperation and the number of hyenas in
Yes.
the pack.
Oh.
Yes, they become so aggressive, and the lion will just leave there. And they normally do the same for cheetah, for example. And they create a particular kind of behavior, we call it kleptoparasitism, which is really affecting cheetah, for example. Because when it sees disturbance, it usually leaves the prey, and it is taken by other strategist carnivores.
Wow.
Yeah, kleptoparasitism.
Speaking of this, I'm curious to ask you this question. Is in groups always better than being alone for those wild animals in nature?
That question, it depends. Yes, nature has allowed some animals to succeed in groups, like what we see in the big cat, like lion, like in hyena, like in wildebeest, in buffalo. We see them living in large groups. The same also with the wild dog. They are successful, but depending on what they eat. Yeah, but for some, they are solitary, and nature has made it successful for them. Taking an example of a typical solitary cat, a leopard, it can hunt alone, take a prey, and then it's a must for it to cover. And usually we see it taking it up to the tree because of avoiding disturbance from other carnivores. Now for it, it is adapted, it is strong enough to kill and also carry it up, that it will not be eaten by others. But for other reasons, in other carnivores, they should be in groups. Yeah, so naturally, we have animals that are enjoying and they're benefiting group living, while others are benefiting from individual or solitary living. And main factors is about resources competition. In groups, there is resource competition, so food must be available. So like plants, it is available, and it cannot be even protected. So they usually eat, the herbivores like wildebeest, they'll eat, and they go moving to other places. With the exceptions of selective herbivores, like the dik-dik, they'll have to protect a territory, a small-sized area where they get these resources. Then resources should be within the territory. Otherwise, it's not paying to defend that territory. Yeah.
Wow. So it can be
So
said
it's
that
very diverse. Yeah.
So it can be said that for every species, every animal is choosing the most suitable ways of survival for themselves according to its physical strengths, physical conditions, or habits. Well, I think we all agree that the ecosystem is an interconnected tapestry. Let's see, you tug one thread, the whole fabric shifts.
Exactly.
So I can't help but wondering that when such a wildebeest migration sweeps across the savanna, what other impacts will they cause to other lives? For example, let's say lions or elephants or giraffe, even vultures. Well, how will this migration affect them?
Oh, thank you very much. The ecosystem is so interconnected, and the balancing of this ecosystem make it resilient in case of any changes. So plants, animals, the soil, water, air, they are all very important components in the ecosystem so as to make sure that it is in a balance, in equilibrium. So now going straight to the wildebeest, in Serengeti and Mara ecosystem, they are very important to other animals and to the ecosystem itself. These wildebeest, they consume, they eat grasses. Now, by taking the grasses, they minimize the plant biomass. So just the action of grazing is very important in the savanna, because assume all these grasses would be there, and savannas are prone to wildfire. This would be really so much fuel to burn and change the Serengeti-Mara ecosystem into a carbon source. So just their action is very important. But another important value of the wildebeest is by grazing, that's a disturbance in that habitat, in the ecosystem. And disturbance, the optimality of this disturbance promote diversity of other plant species. Then we'll have acacias coming in, we'll have some shrubs. So it's balancing the vegetation. We say it's regulating vegetation. And when we have diversity of plants vegetation, you have diversity of animals, and you have diversity of other animals that depend on the animals. But apart from being the prey, or eating the grasses, these wildebeests also, they are eaten by carnivores. We say they form a component in the predator-prey dynamics. They provide food to carnivores. So in that way, because carnivore could not eat grasses, so that energy has to be taken from plants by herbivores. From the herbivores, it goes to the carnivores by being eaten. So the lions are also benefiting from that kind of, yeah, so it's like a cycle. But it's not only that, their dungs are really important. The dung beetles are using these dungs to make their, the balls. And within these balls is where they lay their eggs. Eggs hatches into larva. Larva consumes these balls. So it's many things that makes wildebeest a very important component in that ecosystem. But remember, their carcass decompose within the soil and nutrients goes back. Their dungs goes to the soil and nutrients are recycled back to the ecosystem. So it's many things that we can talk about existence of wildebeest in that ecosystem. But even for us now to appreciate them is really beneficial. Yeah.
That's very informative, and you explain this whole life of circle in a very plain, very easy to understand way. Well, I have a question is that for vultures and let's say hyenas, they got really bad reputation, really bad names. Do we still need them? Are they important?
Sure. Vultures are very important. Vultures, hyenas, they are very important in nutrient cycling. Let's use the hyenas, for example. Hyenas, people used to think that they are scavengers, only taking the carcasses, but it's not true. They are perfect hunters. I think we have seen, yeah, they are good hunters. Studies indicates, and we have seen physically that they are perfect hunters. Their role of eating almost everything, they have very strong adaptation of their teeth, the carnassial teeth, in which they can break almost everything from the hair, from the bones. So that's very important in helping recycling nutrients. The same goes to the vultures also. They are consuming so much. Assume these dead wildebeest and the rest, if they would remain, what would happen? Maybe it would be smelling everywhere. So every animal, using the vulture, using the hyenas, they're very important aspects in the ecosystem. Yes,
well said.
yes. We can see even these hyenas, they check the balance of other carnivore populations because they compete for resources. Yeah.
Well, we definitely heard so many information about how this migration affects the lives of others. But wait, there's another very key player in the savanna story. That is the Masai people. They're the neighbors to wildlife. Well, actually, we have a short video show you how vibrant they are and to show you their spirit. Let's take a look. Wow, those drum beats are still in my ears. I mean, the Masai people, they really radiate joy, don't they? Well, Beatrice, being a Tanzanian, can you introduce more to us about the Masai people and their culture?
Oh, yeah, sure, I can. Masai is just one of 120 tribes that we have in Tanzania. And Masai tribe, they are situated, or they live on the northern side of Tanzania, but also on the southern side of Kenya. So they are at the border between Tanzania and Kenya. And in the habitats where Maasai are living, it's usually close to protected areas, because it's in these areas which are also suitable for wild animals. And the fact is that these are semi-nomadic pastoralists. Yeah. Their main economic activity is keeping cattle and other domesticated animals. So this makes them close to these protected areas, because it's where there are grasses, and the grass is very important for them. Yeah.
Well, I can't help but notice that they are doing this jumping all the time. Like, is this a tradition? What does this ritual mean?
Oh, that's a traditional dance. Oh. Yeah, they call it adimu. It's danced when there is a ceremony, in particular, like after circumcision, which is a cultural rite. After that event, that cohort that have attained a status and they have passed the exam, they have been circumcised, they're transitioning to another role in the society, the dancing will be seen. But it's a common dance also in celebrations, yes. But nowadays, the dance is also a product of tourism, yes. Oh. Yeah, yeah. And that Adim dance is usually danced by warriors, the Maasai warrior. However, even not only male, also females do dance. And it's common that in that Adimu dance, you'll have a number of people in cycling, one individual or two individuals dancing very high to the maximum point without bending the knees. Yes. Yeah, and that signifies strength. It signifies it's a social display also. Yeah, so sometimes even attached to that, this man is strong. Yeah, yeah.
Is that the reason why they are so tall? Because
stretch their bodies.
They look so tall.
Like this.
And I also noticed that there are a lot of red elements in their costume, and also their costume is so unique. What are they wearing? They're wearing different than your outfit. What are they wearing?
Oh, what they're wearing, we call it Masai shuka. Yeah. So they tend to wear shukas that are tied either on one side or the other side. And these Masai shuka, they are either black or brightly colored. The color varies, and they are worn by both male and also female in the society. And it's their culture wearing those kind of dress. And it's good that Maasai is just one among very few tribes that have maintained their culture until today. So we have so many things that we can see among Maasai, from their dances, from the cultural rituals like the circumcision, but kingship kind of structure, leadership, but also spiritual connotation with their god, whom they call Engai. They still hold unique things that have been lost or eroded in other traditions or in other tribes. But in Maasai, we still see it. Yeah, yeah. So it's not just the dances, but also the kind of leadership. They tend to have their leaders, the Laigwanan, someone who is respected in the society and who has inherited. Yeah.
Wow, that's very well said, and thank you for letting us know so much more about Maasai people, because they're somehow become mysterious especially to Chinese people. We don't know much about them. Well, I have a question for you, Mr. Yan, is that are they facing any challenges, the Maasai people?
For me, as I observed, one challenge should be the cultural marginalization, because you can see the Masai people, they are tall and have different unique culture. But with the years development in Tanzania and with the urbanization process going on, we can see, Masai people are facing this kind of problem. So also, but I think this challenge can also be the advantages, because Masai people have long been living in the grassland, and they have very good observation on the animal behavior, on the seasonal rhythms, on the rangeland shifts. So that these insights of them can be very and uniquely valuable. And for this, I think for not for the government, just for the culture or for the local people, for local community, it's a good way to try to integrate these cultures into their own communities and make this more expanded to other countries, or other countries or other cultures. So that should be a challenge, but also an opportunity.
Yeah, sure, it is an opportunity, because to them, they know so many of wild animals, but even traditional medicine, because they are more close to nature.
Yes. So Beatrice, you mentioned about their knowledge, they're very familiar with the wild animals. So my question for you is that how Masai people and also their culture affect the local wildlife management?
Masai culture, I would say it is positive to conservation, because like we say, cattle is everything to Masai, and cattle needs grasses. So Masai would protect grasses and water, and these are key resources for wild animals. So in a way, it's protecting for them, but also for wild animals. But it's very important to note that Masai naturally do not eat wild meat. Cattle is everything to them, so they'll take meat, milk, blood, and everything from cattle, but not from wild animals. Now, such kind of traditions are good to embrace because they do not affect conservation. But on the other side, the form of pastoralism that they do, they don't cut off trees, they don't clear the land, because in the savannah where they are, grasses are plant, in protecting grasses, they are also protecting the habitat. So we can say their activities, if conducted naturally, it is compatible with conservation. Yes, that's what we see, with the existence of Masai nearby protected areas. But at the same time, there are economic activities that are performed by the female, for example, selling the beads, or even these cultural dances. When they employ themselves in such kind of activities, that is compatible with conservation. It has nothing to do with conservation as long as they don't take resources from the world in a negative way.
Okay. Thank you. That's very well said. And for Mr. Yang, according to your long-time observation, also your study about Africa, how can we balance this wildlife management and also the better livelihoods of the community?
Okay, well, it's a very huge challenge for not only in Africa, but in many other countries around the world to try to preserve equilibrium between the livelihood and the nature or the reserves, especially those who live in the habits. So for me, the reserves, especially the nature reserves, put some restrictions on the people who live in that. For example, the water access, the grazing, or some other inconvenience happening in their daily lives. So for me, if you want to try to do this, you can first focus more on your own culture and try to put your own culture or combine your own culture with the local nature. For example, one of the artist style I really like and I strongly recommend it to all the audience around the world is the Tinga Tinga from Tanzania, your country.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Tinga
I like.
Tinga.
Yeah, we'll talk this later, and I will give some, the surprise for the audience later. For example, the Tinga Tinga, and this painting style is fantastic for me. I was fascinated by this style. And for another example is that, for example, in Rwanda, and there is another art style called imigungo. They used very simple styles, just like maybe the curves for the mountain and the water waves, the clubs, the diamond shape as the symbol for the family reunion or these kind of things. So every single community or country has their own culture, and they can use some elements from the culture to introduce their own local nature reserves or the natural elements. I mean, this is a very good way. Also, after this, I think for the promotion and marketing strategies, they should, invest something on that. So there should be another way to do that. So handicrafts and the ecotourism, or then introduce your own culture and maybe art or the music with the nature or the local nature things together should be the better way.
You gave us some very detailed examples telling us how we can use culture as our unique competitive power to compete and also to make development. And Beatrice, I know that from your own personal experience, you once worked in some projects that can better promote this eco-friendly livelihoods for those communities near the buffalo zones. So can you tell us more about this experience?
Yes. I once worked with WWF, a non-governmental organization, for 1 year in the projects that are trying to empower local communities on how they can get benefits from nature while conserving it. And then I've been working with the College of African Wildlife Management for 16 years now, where we are also teaching these kind of practices that are generating income, entrepreneurship that is benefiting conservation. Yeah, we have heard of being in ecotourism, for example. That's a good example. Being employed in activities that are going hand in hand with conservation, whether it could be beekeeping or afforestation, owning tree nurseries, botanical gardens. All these are quite beneficial and helpful because they help wild animals and nature in totality.
Well,
and another way where local communities now can benefit from nature, I would now use an example of Tanzania. We have a model which we call it, it's a kind of protected areas. It's in fact a subset. We call it wildlife management areas. And with these wildlife management areas, these are usually owned by local communities. So villagers are joined together, and if they have, the condition is that they should have the land, and the land should have wild animals. So these villagers can then request from the government, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism. They go and request after preparing a plan. We call it a land use plan, explaining what will be happening. So if it happens that they're lucky to have the land with wild animals, they can own wildlife management areas and do conservation activities within it. Now, the good thing with these wildlife management areas, mostly they are close to protected areas, so they get advantage of the animals that are transitioning between village and protected areas, whether close to a national park or a game reserve, but sometimes they are far away. So after preparing the land use plan and submitting it, then they will request for the user rights from the ministry, they will have now access, or I mean, being capable of using resource, not really using resources, but doing activities that are compatible with conservation within these wildlife management areas. And in Tanzania, we are lucky that we have about 40 wildlife management areas, and they're doing well. We have examples of the Burunge and Duimet, Ikona. They're doing good, and the communities are appreciating nature. They're appreciating being close to protected areas, because then they can do photographic tourism, they can do trophy hunting, and get income out of these activities. But at the same time, they can own hotels and, yeah, for tourists, because we are encouraging tourists to stay outside protected areas. The buildings should go away. So then if they can own these investments as communities, that's really okay with conservation. So that's the way in which we see that Tanzanians are lucky with wild animals, and they're benefiting from them. Yeah.
Well, I think not just for Tanzania is lucky. I think for the whole world is lucky to have a country like Tanzania, which you've done so well in protecting those animals, which leave really a legacy for our generation and the generation next. And I noticed that you mentioned a lot about the hotels, the tourism, tourists, etc. So, Mr. Yang, I have a question for you. Is that there is a word that's being popular, which is sustainable tourism. Can you tell us what is this tourism, sustainable tourism, and how can this sustainable tourism affect or help the local community, both ecologically and also economically?
Okay, the sustainable tourism is that we need to develop a long-term tourism industry to stimulate the economic growth, but without harming the own cultural and the culture and resources. So, for example, if when I went to the handicraft market locally, no matter in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, there are some ones in Masai area, yes, and there is some in Kigali, the capital of
and
the.
Several in northern Tanzania.
Yes. even in Jinja. Is Jinja is a city in
Uganda.
Yeah, in Uganda, and you can see a lot of handicrafts, and many of these handicrafts are made of paper, the ragged clothes, and some other recyclable materials. So that should be a very good concept. For example, you use this pattern of the clothes to make the elephant, the stuffed toys, the elephant, the turtles, etc. So this is one way, and also we are talking about the camping hotels in Serengeti or Masai Mara. For example, the camping hotels compared to the built-up hotels with bricks or this kind. The traditional hotels, or we still have the wooden ones, right? They carving like this, and for example, if we have more hotels like this, which means you will hire more local people, or which means more local people will be employed. So, which means you can retain the revenue locally instead of spending out. So that should be another way. So I mean, the eco-tourism first should be sustainable. Second should be green. Third, for me, it means the local people can really benefit from this pattern or from this model.
And their culture should be respected.
Yes, yes.
I really agree what you're saying, that in order to truly to do this eco-friendly thing in a long term, you have to make people benefit from it. Otherwise, people, when they're hungry, it's difficult for them to still try to stay eco-friendly. And speaking of tourism, Beatrice, do you have any advice for people who wants to go, for example, let's see, Tanzania or Kenya to watch this great migration?
Yes, I would really say they're welcome to Tanzania and also to Masai Mara. East Africa is rich of these wild animals, and the great migration is really great, with immense number of animals that they'll be lucky to see, but also the whole ecosystem and diversity of animals before they reach to the migration site. And what I would say to tourists who are coming and who would wish to visit Tanzania is that once they come, they should respect nature. Their actions should benefit nature. So, and they should remember that nature should remain as pristine as possible. So they should take all necessary precaution, including respecting animals and also their behavior, respecting their boundaries, no feeding of animals, no any reckless within these protected areas. And if they do so, these resources will remain and will be useful for this generation and also for the next generation. By doing tourism, they are also benefiting the communities, they are benefiting conservation, and that will happen and will be able to inherit, to make it useful for other people. So their welcome is something that they'll never regret. It's a lifetime experience.
Wow, lifetime experience. I can't even wait to book tickets after we finish this. What about you, Mr. Yang? Do you have any advice, especially for Chinese people who wants to visit Africa?
Okay, mosquito repellent should be very important. So just prepare, the mosquito spray or mosquito repellent. Yeah, for me,
you're so much afraid of mosquitoes.
Of course, because my blood type is the one which is most attractive for the mosquitoes.
Okay.
So I prefer a lot of things, spray, stickers, or repellent everywhere.
Yeah, but it's not that dangerous. I can tell you have been living there.
And
it's not very dangerous.
Yeah, and then show your honor and respect to the local culture is also a very important thing. You must see the cultural differences and the diversities everywhere, and know something about other culture and show something about our own culture.
Wow, that's very well said. Mr. Yang, I know that you've been studying sub-Saharan Africa for over 10 years now, right?
5 years, yes.
Wow, and also you are the first doctoral student from the Institute of International and Regional Study at Tsinghua University that conduct this field research in Africa. I'm curious how you were initially attracted to Africa.
Okay, just from art album. So the album is just handy painted. It's about a souvenir market, and you can see different products there. Some were made of the whales. They used the whales in different colors, and they used the flamingo, the ostrich, the turtle, the lion or tiger, or the buffalo. So, and then you can see some stuffed toys, and you can see some sculptures, right? So I was fascinated by this. How can they use different used materials to make animals everywhere? So the impression I got the first time for Africa is that passion, enthusiasm. So that really sparked my planning to do the Africa study. And then I went to Africa. The first country I visited is South Africa, and my research is about the special economic zones in sub-Saharan areas. And then later I found, if you want to know Africa, you do need to start your research. The first step is you to see, to talk, to listen, and to try to empathize with their what they are thinking about. So then I try to do my research more on the informal economy. So I spend a lot of time to talk with the head carrying ladies in different countries, to boda drivers or the bajaj drivers in East Africa, the motorcycle. I try to see how they live every day. So and there is one saying that I can remember. It's a expert who's doing the archaeology. So not archaeology, anthropologist said that if you want to know how they live, you don't need to go how they work for their employers. You need to go with them and follow with them to see their whole life back home. So that should be a very good thing for me, and that really inspired my, research for many years.
What you were saying, the talk to see to even smell, is this the way how you do your field research?
Yes,
method?
yes, of course. My colleagues and I have different ways or approaches to do the field research. For example, one of my best friends, also is my colleague simultaneously, like to go to the archive to talk to the expert scholars, to join different academic meetings, to go to the museum. And one of my another colleagues, and he is keen on doing sports with locals.
Oh.
But for me, the entertainment, the leisure time, where can we have the dinner, where can we relax, should be my way to quickly get into the local community.
Yeah.
So we have the different approaches, but in Chinese, we have seen that different ways go to the same road, 殊途同归. So we have different approaches, but for better understanding the local community, we spend many years and we suffer from a lot of things, but the result is good.
Yeah,
I would definitely.
Have you ever got malaria?
Where?
Have you ever got malaria
Wait.
while in Tanzania or any of the African?
I've been to Morogoro, but I'm expecting to that.
Okay.
Well, I would love to have a job where it allows me to go to, for example, go to the restaurant, go to the pub, to talk to people. Well, I can still finish my work. That's my dream job. Well, even though according to what you're saying, I noticed that in your previous speech, in other occasions, you mentioned that Africa should not be summed up by just one adjective. Even though every year there's so many, this migration attracts a considerable number of tourists from all over the world. However, people's understanding about Africa sometimes is limited. Well, and according to what you're saying, that Africa shouldn't be summed up as just one adjective. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So, there is more than 1.3 billion people in Africa, and with more than 2,000 languages, which occupies nearly 1/3 of the total 7,000 languages being used all over the world. And there are more than 60 or more cities with more than 1 million population. So how can you say it is one Africa? So for me,
very wide.
yes, there are thousands of voices in Africa. They must be heard. And each country cannot represent the whole Africa, or they cannot represent each other. But when they come in together, when they unite, it's called Africa.
Yeah.
So for me, Africa is not an adjective. Or for most of us, when we first heard Africa, some words will come into their minds, such as poor, primitive, but this opinion of the backwardness, I think if you really want to know what is the real Africa, welcome to Africa. Yes.
Go to Africa
Yes.
and see.
And see and listen
Yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
learning something from the secondhand materials. So I will use the the diversity, no matter in the species diversity or the cultural diversity.
Sure.
You can see diversity everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I really like what you're saying, that Africa as a whole, as a continent, it's strong. But it's also important to notice that every different countries in Africa is equally important. You should not use one country to generate or to represent the whole continent. That's very, very good point. And Beatrice, according to Mr. Yang, he mentioned so many times about diversity, diverse.
Yeah.
Besides the diversity in countries in terms of, for example, ecological development and also languages and also culture, I think Africa is also rich in ecosystem. Let's take Tanzania, for example. Can you give us can you tell us how diverse is Tanzania in ecosystem?
Yeah, sure. Tanzania is very diverse. We have different ecosystems, and I may mention some of them. We have been talking of savanna, for example, the areas which is most of the protected areas are in the savanna area. We talk of the Serengeti-Mara ecosystem, that's typical of savanna. And in savanna, it's usually you have grassland and scattered trees and shrubs. So you have few trees, the acacias and some shrubs, but most of the places are the grassland, like the endless plains of Serengeti. But also, we should note that this savanna, for example, supports a very high diversity of antelopes. Yeah, several different kinds of these antelopes now they're in this savanna. But also we have the woodlands, like in the southern part, we have the Miombo woodland. And these woodlands ecosystems are usually described according to the plant species. For example, if it's acacia comifera dominating, then it will be acacia comifera. And all of these ecosystems are under control of variations of temperature and rainfall. But we also have mountain ecosystem, and in these mountains being a bit far away from the sea, with the high altitude, even the plant species in there are quite different. And it's where now you'll have also animals that are different. So we have the mountains, Mount Kilimanjaro, and some species will only be there. Like we have one species of daika, which is only found in Mount Kilimanjaro. So Mount Udizungwa. So we have mountain ecosystems as well, but also we have the coastal and marine ecosystems. So something like
Zanzibar.
yes, the Zanzibar, the mangroves, for example, the coral reefs, you'll get them there, but you'll never see them in the savannah. So we are lucky to have very diverse ecosystems. But we have not really desert, but semi-desert. Yeah, for example, the Masai steppe of Tarangire Manyara ecosystem, it's semi-desert with limited rainfall. And then even the species that will be there, if I could get time, I could tell that this will be in semi-desert only, this will be in savanna, this will be in mountain, this will be in coastal and marine ecosystem, the other one will be in woodlands. So Tanzania has diverse ecosystems, and this explains diversity of plant species and diversity of animal species that are adapted to these areas. Yeah.
Wow, thank you. That's very informative. And Mr. Yan, I noticed that when you come into the studio today, you've bought this painting that's so beautiful. I can't even take my eyes off it. What's the name of this?
I just mentioned, it's called Tinga Tinga.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, Tinga Tinga is the name of the man whose name is Edward Saiditis. Sorry for that.
Tinga
Tinga. So he's the man who developed this style. So Tinga Tinga, and you must be very familiar with this.
Yes.
I bought this and from the Tinga Tinga community, some market, and some artists are working on that, and they are joining these with days and with years. And Tinga Tinga, you can see they use the very colorful way to do that. You can see it's full of vitality, and then you can see they use they quite often draw the flowers, the plants, the animals. So which means they focus more on the nature.
Yes.
Yeah. Although with years you can see some artists draw some thing about the corner of the city, for example, the Kiriakou market or the port. But most of the Tinga Tinga, even now, are focusing more on the plants and animals, or the natural views. So this really reminds me of a Hollywood movie It's an old one. It's cartoon called the Pocahontas. So the theme song is the colors of the wind. So one lyric is like every single rock, tree, and flower or animal has their name, spirit, or soul. So I think that lyrics is very, in high accordance with the Tinga Tinga idea. So which really reflects the harmony between the nature and the people. Yes.
Harmony between nature and people. Is that the reason why this attracts you so much?
Yes.
And in your opinion, how can we use this kind of cultural capital or cultural resources to make it better improve our society's ecological development?
I think you have mentioned some strategies, right? But I think I should focus more on the marketing strategy or how to promote that. So this kind of style, I mean, has already introduced a lot of elements from nature, from the local community. But the thing is how to let more people know this, how to promote it to the world, and how to bring it on the world stage. So I think that should be a question or challenge for the Tanzania.
Well, I think that's exactly the reason why we invited you while you have this with us, because you're doing this using our platform. We can also better introduce to all of our audience, all of the world about Tinga Tinga, because I didn't know about this before. And now I want to know where I can buy this in China. I really want to order one to put it in my bedroom, because this color, the colorful, vibrant, the vibe you gave me was so energetic and made me feel this strong connection with the nature.
Sure.
Yes. Name your price, I can sell it for you. Okay. Just a quick tip for this. You can buy this in Tanzania. There is a place called the Tinga Tinga community, and there are also some studios around that market. It's not far from the Slipway in Masai area, so you can buy there.
This one you can get it from almost every region in Tanzania.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. If you go to the northern part, all of the areas on your way from Kilimanjaro to Serengeti, all these regions, you'll get these Tinga Tinga paints.
Yes.
Yeah, they are plenty. But even in the southern part of the country, so it's our culture and it's available all over Tanzania.
Yes.
Yeah. The youth are employing themselves in this, painting it, and it is used as a decoration in hotels.
Yes,
in
for your bedroom, living room, everywhere.
Yes, it's really lovely even for kids to learn. Like assume if it were an elephant drawn here, or it was a giraffe or zebra. They're really colorful, attractive, and portray information. It's like doing animal identification or plants identification by using Tinga Tinga paintings. But again, you can give it as a gift. Tourists usually buy and go with, but we also give ourselves as gift. It's a special gift depicting the reality that it's from Tanzania.
Yes.
It's
unique.
Though you can as well get them in Kenya, but originally from
Tanzania.
Yes.
So if you have the short time and just go to the tourist attraction. You can buy them well.
It's definitely already in my wish list already.
Of course.
Well, thank you so much, and I think our topic today were really amazing, really informative, and also entertaining. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers resonate with us. Well, let's check some comments from some of our viewers if they have any questions. Well, we have Alina from YouTube saying that yesterday we watched it. Well, thank you, Alina, and thank you for tuning in today also. And don't forget, we have another episode tomorrow. And we have another WeChat user called Sunflower asking, if I go to go on site to watch this, how far what's the distance for me that will be safe if I watch those animals? What's the safe distance?
Oh, yeah, safe distance, which in other words we call it flight distance, depend on the species.
Yes.
Yeah, it is not, we cannot have a general statement. So some species will tolerate you maybe 5 meters, others will not.
Okay.
Yeah, so flight distance varies according to a species. Yes.
But once we get a tour guide, they will tell us when's the
Exactly.
Yes,
Tour
yes.
guides knows, and the routes for them to use,
Yes.
they are known, and they cannot just cross everywhere. It's not allowed. That's strictly
Yes.
prohibited in national parks. So there are designated routes that they'll go, and if it's in a national park, it's not allowed at all to
get
drop.
off the car.
Yeah, you
Yes.
cannot get off the
The
car.
safari car.
Yeah, it is safe for the animals and also safety for ourselves.
Yes.
Never.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, for example, the line will see you with a truck or with a car as one thing, not a single individual. So, which means you are larger than a single line.
Yeah.
So
It's not safe for us, and also not safe for
The animals.
yeah,
the
but
animal,
also
yes.
it's not good. It's not good to nature itself.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we have another viewer asking, why does animal do this migration? Well, we actually talked about this yesterday, but Beatrice, can you give us a briefly explanation to our viewers? Why do those animals immigrate?
Yeah, migration is common among animals. We have some turtles, the green sea turtles, but we also have some butterflies, the monarch butterflies, which migrate. So there are many. But with this wildebeest migration, and I tried to mention different animals because the objectives of migrations also varies. Some will move according to the climate, the weather is not okay. So like the monarch, moving from one area in Mexico and Canada, that distance is because of weather. Going to the turtles is for breeding. Now, coming back to our wildebeest, they migrate in search of food, grasses, and water. That's the major objective. Food in this savanna is consumed and get finished. Once it's depleted, they tend to move in following rains that also promote plants' growth, the grasses. Yes,
Okay.
so food and water are
and
major
water,
factors.
resources.
Yes, resources.
Thank you for
Yeah.
the clear explanation. And we have another question. You see those wildebeests, they have the horn on their head. Some of the horns are straight and some of the horns are curved. What's the difference?
Oh, sure. Thank you. That explains age differences. Yeah, it's more of age. So less than 1 year of these wildebeests, when they're young, the horns will appear straight. But as they grow with aging, the horns curls and points forward.
And twisted.
So yes, not really twisted, but just curved.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The twisted will be going to the elands and yeah. So it's not really twisted. So that's age factor. So it's like when a boy is born at a particular age, without this, it will grow. But for this wildebeest, both male and female now, that's why I exclude human beings, both male and female will have these horns. And for the males, they are relatively bigger compared to the females. We call them bosses. Yeah.
And
So
also,
it's normal.
another question is that when they're marching towards their destination, do they have the leading wildebeest that they can lead the road? And also, is there any division of work or division of labor for those? For example, some is in charge of guarding and some is in charge of mating. Do they have this kind of division of work?
For wildebeest, the same as for zebra as well. For wildebeest, there are no structured organization, no strong leadership, we can say. But they move following each other, following chemicals that are secreted by themselves. So when one goes this way, it is safe and others will follow. So now coming to the migrating ones, there are those which we call experienced. They are oldie, they are experienced, the pathfinders. They automatically find themselves being a leader, but it's not that structured within their life. Yes,
okay.
It's not like what we
not
see
destined.
in bees or in elephant where you'll have the matriarch leading. You know, it's not something that is very clear for wildebeest.
Wow, thank you for the explanation. Well, and we have YouTube viewers called Bob saying, very informative. Thank you, CGTN. But we want to say thank you, viewers, for tuning in with us and staying for yesterday and today's show, because we're really glad that our show can somehow provide some information to you, and also somehow can raise some awareness of, for example, yesterday we're telling people that you should stop doing those, never buy any illegal wildlife trade product. And today we also talk about how to do this progress while do preservation. Well, I would like to say thank you so much, Mr. Yang and Beatrice. Thank you, because today we talked so much. We talked not just only about the migration, the crocodile's habits, and we also dig into the culture of Masai people, and also we discussed how can we balance the economic development, also the ecological preservation. And also we talk about Africa, telling us that Africa, no country can represent Africa because Africa is so diverse in so many different aspects. And also we talk about this beautiful, beautiful painting, Tinga Tinga, which I will definitely buy next time I go to Africa. So that comes to the end of our show today. Well, I hope our show can leave you an impression, which is the progress, the silences, the local and the ancestry voices is no progress at all. So which means that progress and preservation are never a zero-sum game. We can always balance them and try to seek the harmony between them. Well, as for tomorrow we're going to discuss how younger generation participated in the ecological governance, and also we're going to talk about how China and Africa learn from each other in sustainable development. Well, please don't go away and stay with us today, because we have 1 hour live image, live signal from Masai-Mara National Reserve for you also. And tomorrow, we're going to meet you at the same time and discuss all those topics that I'm so excited to talk about. Well, I think that's all for today. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.